back in a minute. Snacks. How's it going, everybody? Everybody out there who doesn't have as many snacks as me, how's it going? Oh, I left OBS up. Sorry. I should have left the message up. Did I see the Kanye West Joe Rogan? I saw a little bit of it, but honestly, I mean, I don't really know anything about Kanye West, so it wasn't, the Joe Rogan interviews that are really good are either the ones with people I really know something about or on subjects that I'm especially interested in. And the Kanye West one wasn't either of those. So, I watched about 10 minutes of it and I was like, okay, cool. Which is probably, that's the majority of Joe Rogan podcasts for me. Okay, snack inventory. We have Sun Chips, just like always. We have Hershey's Cookies and Cream, which I'm sure is a very high quality chocolate bar. We have a water. We have our last chocolate truffle from the haul that I got a couple days ago. It's a peppermint. And we have a very cold Klondike bar, which I believe must have been shipped here from Alaska since it is the original. This is the original Klondike bar that they ever made, the first one. I don't know why they sold it to me. It should be in a museum. Can I check if I output any sections ending in underscore frame? Debug frame. If we're doing dwarf, that's the only one. What is my favorite chewing gum? I don't know. I can't say I do chewing gum very much. It has to be the neuro gum that I had at home, that I still have at home, because it gives me neurons. Do we add something to that section for each lambda? Well, we say we basically, I think we output one region per procedure. That is the length of the thing, right? This is just for like structured exception handling, right? Or something. there's a similar thing on cough, um, but we're just saying like, here's where the procedure is, here's how big it is, here's how big the code is, here's how big the stack is, and that's it basically. We don't really move the stack pointer around inside a procedure, so I don't think we need to write anything more detailed than that, unless we decide to start moving the stack pointer around. It's also for stack traces in the debugger. I see. I don't know why the debugger couldn't just look at the symbol table to do stack traces. Like, why does it need this? I mean, again, I guess if you dorked with the stack pointer a lot. Yeah. Someone's talking about Sensorium, but I didn't see the original. I didn't see the original tweet. Did Jellyfish say something? Because I don't see that one. Oh, wait, I just saw it. You actually changed the trailer puzzle. Wow, okay. Well, I do think it makes it a better game. However, I hope I didn't pressure you into doing it. Like, I hope you did it because you sort of, from your own belief, right? If not, I wouldn't, whatever. Was just trying to give my opinion about the puzzle and why I think it was not good. But it is your game, and I wouldn't want to try to pressure a designer to change their game. Needs to know if it is before or after the initial stack pointer bump in the function for one. That is true. How does this do it? Oh, like prologue end offset? Probably. I think what you ended up maintains the original spirit of the puzzle, but it's a lot more consistent. Wow, does this mean if I load up the game, I can play the new version of the puzzle? Are save games valid across patch? Okay. If I successfully ship this beta tonight, we'll give that a try then. We might not make it that. Although I didn't go to sleep until 2 in the morning last night, so who knows. That'd be fun to get one more puzzle out of the game. Okay. I have a few bugs that I want to fix that hopefully are not bad. But you never know. Sometimes you try to fix something and you're like, oh my God, this is a disaster. But you know what? Unless I even discover something new that's horrible, I think we're going to ship this beta because if you look at the changelog, the last beta was more than 2 weeks ago, and we have a bunch of things. Like a lot of the attack the back end stuff is in this beta, most of it probably, which is not necessarily user-facing except for the speed, but there's all these bug fixes. This is like a pretty long fix list. Like, we want to get this to the people, you know? When did we talk about the puzzle? I tweeted about it. Did I ever solve LLVM scopes within scopes? No. In fact, I have not solved that for any of the platforms. It's on the to-do list. We don't have like paper towels or anything, so I think hotel tissues are the new hand cleaning. Okay. Redeclaration of variable command list. Oh, I mean, that's probably fine. Did I fix that? Let me check my email. Or did the person complain about something else? Wait, is that the right file name? Yeah. So the complaint is, I guess I already fixed this. I don't know. All right, well, that just makes it faster. So the error message that this person was getting was as if it were a procedure overload, but I did change some things that might bear on that. And so we're instead getting a redeclaration of variable, which is what we should be getting. Okay, fix 2. Fix 1 is fixed. Attempt to subscript a non-array. Yeah, this is, so what's going on here is the following. My ice cream is melting, and I have to eat it before it melts. So what's happening is constant expression evaluation is operating on this and reducing it to a constant that is valued at 0. Now, I think I'm actually not sure why it thinks it is able to do that. Oh, no. Right. This is actually a type. This is a type declaration. So it's putting a type here. So really all I have to say for this is like, tell people what it is. It's not an array. Actually, giving better lexical range for the subscript as well. Let's not worry about that yet. Ice cream done. So not that good. Okay. We're going to go to attempt to subscript a non-array. And we're going to give more information. Right, is sub a binary operator? Yeah. Type to string, get inferred type sub left. And we could even say, we could add more information than that. Oh God, I forgot this. There's some kind of a problem where the linker hung at some point or something, and I can't make a debug build now because Windows. Oh, I guess it's the compiler. All right, my fault, not Visual Studio's fault, I think. Although it might be Visual Studio's fault because it does do that sometimes with the debugger. Okay. Oh, wait, what? Oh, because I'm running release. Debug. Instead of this expression, we'll say the type of the expression being subscripted is type in this case, all right? And, okay, very often it'll be an identifier, all right? If it's an identifier, we can even tell you that this is the problem line, which, you know, this line might be much further away in a real program, right? So we'll say if it's an identifier, which is very common, being very, very defensive. Here is the declaration. What this identifier is bound to. That's a little bit like compiler authory language that maybe we want to try to do a better job of, but how's that, everybody? So attempt to subscript a non-array. The type of the expression being subscripted is type. Here is a declaration of type that this identifier is bound to. It's most confusing when it's type, right? But this could be something else. Could be a string or whatever. How is that for a helpful error message, everybody? It's almost like I actually care that people are able to program. Almost. Subscripted. Thank you. Let's have proper English, to which this identifier is bound. The point is that the type of the identifier is what it is because of that declaration. So changing the phrasing a little bit may make it better for noobs. So saying that this gives that identifier its type. It looks like an array. It's a type. So this is the type array of 100 ints, right? Actually, so the problem is that this is a constant declaration that says previous row is defined as array of 100 ints. It is not an instance of array of 100 ints. It is the type array of 100 ints. All right. So like 1: here would be fine. Now we could detect that. We could even say down here, if the type, we're getting very specialized at this point, but I mean, we could detect exactly the situation and say, dude, put 1:. Anyway, even if you don't understand why it's not an array when you get this message, it's still a better message because it tells you what the compiler thinks it is and the source of the problem. So then you at least go, wait, why is that not an array? Which is something that you could sort of infer your way to without this level of detail, but this just makes it much more explicit and specific. Do you think it might be common for people to accidentally put two colons when they're learning language? It's worth somehow explaining that this isn't an array. Yeah, I agree. Okay, so I agree that very broadly speaking, this is a class of mistake that will be very common. The problem is, I'm not sure if there's a good way to catch all the instances of this mistake. And maybe I shouldn't try. Like in this case, like I can definitely catch this one very specific thing, but this error message is only about subscripting arrays, right? What about some other type mismatch error message that happens if there's a different operation here, right? And so it's not necessarily clear to me that there's a way to help people with this very broadly speaking, but maybe there is. I mean, I think probably this is something I should just keep an eye out for, and just say, hey, I know that this is a thing that we want to help people with. And again, the syntax might change to make this not necessary, but assuming it doesn't, then yeah, I think it makes sense to figure out how to solve this or give help with this broadly speaking. But adding the reason I'm hesitating on this error message is that adding this doesn't really put that big of a dent in terms of helping everywhere. That said, if I put this error message in, it'll give me a place to put a comment that says we want to try to do this more broadly, and that's probably good. So I think I'm deciding to do it. I mean, definitely, okay, definitely a very good thing to have in documentation will be, these are the common mistakes that people make, right? And to have that there, that'll help too. But of course, you might forget that or whatever. So having the compiler help with it as much as possible is a good idea. Requiring some kind of type keyword. We do have a type keyword. We just don't require it in cases like this. We could require it. But sometimes you deliberately just want to pass a type, right? Like in a language where you have lots of polymorphism and where you can talk about types as first class, sometimes you just want to say a type, I think one thing that might be easy to generally check is that if you do a report info or a report error on a declaration that's like this, then we could output that additionally. It's just, I'm not exactly sure what the consequences of that are right now, so I don't want to put it in for this beta, but this is definitely a thing that we want to do more about. Do windows popping up and grabbing my keyboard focus annoy me? Yes. Do I have thoughts about how a windowing system could solve that? Don't permit it. Just don't make focus stealing from other applications a thing. Like, why is that permitted? Why am I not the sole arbiter of what window has focus. Okay. I'm just going to tag these as overly defensive. Okay, so here we'll say let's say in the value I don't want to put a period. Let's just make sure this works. Like I said, this is starting to get very picky about explaining, but, you know. Oh, wow. Okay, we have some lexical ranges to fix. How would that have helped with this particular case? Probably, right? The type of makes the type of the declaration type of the value, in other words, type. It could be that you meant to just declare an array proper English. What does the error message look like when you try to add an int type to a value? Probably an equivalent to this error message without all this elaboration, which is why I was saying but again, I do not want to move this tonight to a more general place because that could cause spurious and annoying error messages that are unhelpful, and I would want time to see that before shipping the beta. So what I want to do right now is just put a note. Help with accidental : Okay. How's that? George, you missed the Klondike bar that I already had. Yeah, overgeneralizing the error message is bad. You want the error message to be as specific as possible because general things just confuse people. Like if somebody's already confused and you just start saying all these flim-flammy general words, they're probably still going to be confused, right? So you want to look at the situation as specifically as possible. And that's the other thing. If we try to generalize this error message to all type mismatches, maybe it's too general. Maybe we do want to put one on every kind of operator. Or even this specific thing where we looked for an array, right? For other operators, they're not necessarily array, right? So we wouldn't be able to say the same thing. So I would kind of want to look at what does that error message improvement look like for that type? And who knows? Okay. I want to put this in the change log. Whoops. Improved error message for type mismatch during an array subscript, giving more helpful information. Okay. Now, there are still some things I want to be picky about. This highlighting sucks, and this highlighting kind of sucks. So I want to set those better. Looks like I have a colon dot. I know. I don't want to be like a millennial and leave the punctuation off the sentence. Oh, but we did change the message. Wait, what? Why didn't it? Oh, because we did release for some reason. Okay. What are my thoughts on unique error codes? They're fine, and we might do them eventually, but it's much more important to help people. So unique error codes are mostly useful if you want to turn off particular, well, they're useful for warnings, right? Because you can turn off those warnings. And I guess they don't have to be unique, but like categorizable. But like our compiler hardly has any warnings, very few. And there'll be fewer once we have good data flow analysis. And you can't turn off errors because that would just be bad news. Yeah. If we ever do the thing where we have internationalized messages, which is not on the roadmap right now, but it's something I'd like to experiment with at some point, then either we would always write the error code, or maybe there would just be an option to print the error code. It would probably be an option because I care about readability. Guys, I've had so many sun chips at this hotel that I'm checking out of tomorrow. Gonna be sad to see the sun chips go. All right. First, let me just run some tests real fast to make sure I didn't break nothing. And then we will fix the lexical ranges. Rip Chippy. Poor hotel for sleeping again. I'm just moving around. I actually don't know where I'm going tomorrow. It's just tomorrow is what I booked this hotel through. I might drive west tomorrow. I might drive east tomorrow. We'll see. Am I still in Chattanooga? No. I am in Asheville, North Carolina right now. Asheville, North Carolina. AKA the Berkeley of North Carolina, but it's like nicer than Berkeley, so I don't know what to say about all that. Number 7 state in terms of daily cases. Well, I mean, who likes to be number 7? That's pretty low down the leaderboard. Cold weather is about to hit. Maybe. I'm still enjoying the weather mostly. It rained a little bit the past couple days, but it's been good. All right. Error message improvements. Okay, there's still something else I want to do, is update this file utilities, but before we do that, we're gonna deal with these lexical ranges. So let's go into parser. That's for array literals. This is for subscript. Does expect and eat. Ah. That gives us a rightmost bound. Whoops. Whoops. Oh, God. Dude, I just lose my place in Emacs and then it's terrible. Okay. So the left token, there we go. Oh, okay, we could do this. Okay, so there we go. Okay, so here we just pass result, not the address of result. It'd be nice to set the format of how the error messages are displayed. Yeah, I mean, we should have a way for that. Or at least I should pick a better, like this is just what I did, which was my vague idea of how things go. But I think there's at least a couple different standards for it. Hey, there we go. So now we want to do the type version. Let's just, let's not be, let's count that as one. We don't want to overly pad our change log. All right, so here, nope, nope, wait. Okay. Auto copy is a token. So we'll do this. How does the error message caret thing handle it if the source code uses tabs? I don't, we just pick some number of spaces, I think. I don't, like, if you use tabs, I don't care. You're irresponsible if you use tabs, for as far as I'm concerned. I mean, we actually could just try to track the tabs at the beginning of the line. Like tabs in the middle of the line, I don't even know. Tabs in the beginning of the line, we could at least output tabs. I don't know. I could do it, but just if you use tabs, just I don't even know what to say. All right. So this is much cleaner and more professional. So you don't like making code blah blah fucking blah. Shut the fuck up. That's just, I have no patience for that kind of like identity politics, unwarranted attack where you try to slander somebody with intent that they do not display. If you're going to say that kind of thing, don't come to this channel. No patience for that kind of thing whatsoever. In fact, that should have been a ban. I can't believe I only did a timeout there. Next time I see one of those, it's a ban. I really don't need that in my life, and neither does anybody else. Okay. Yeah, I'm tired of the extreme levels of disrespect that I get sometimes. I'm just not going to put up with it anymore. See this peppermint truffle does not come to my house and disrespect me, and that's why I'm going to eat it. I don't care if it was a joke. If it's indistinguishable from something someone would actually say, then forget it. like if it aggravates me and then you say ha, it was a joke, like that still made my day bad. So okay, so glad you guys appreciate the streams. All right. So we were gonna next do the last thing on the to-do list prior to shipping the beta. Wow, I might actually get a lot of sleep tonight. We might just have a hangout and chat for a while after I ship the beta. Or maybe we'll play the game first. Cause, why am I doing this without a mouse? Maybe we'll play the game first and see if I can solve the puzzle while I'm still awake. Then we can have like a chill and chat time. Did I buy a controller? No, I keep forgetting, and I'm not really the part of town that I'm in doesn't really have like an electronics or games store. So I need to like seek one out and get a controller, especially if I'm going to be away from home for a long time. I sort of thought that in a few days I might go back home for a bit, but I really don't want to be in San Francisco right now. I really would rather travel, and it's like my birthday in a week and a half. So wouldn't I rather be traveling than at home in the saddest city on the West Coast? Actually, that's not true. In as bad of a shape as San Francisco is, it's still probably the third saddest city on the West Coast right now. Birthday on Halloween? No. November 3rd is my birthday. What's 1 and 2? 1 is Portland, 2 is Seattle. Your birthday is November 2. Well, howdy, neighbor. Okay. Our last change is somebody has very kindly been working on the Linux version of one of these file utility modules. And I just want to diff it because instead of just doing patches and blindly applying them, I want to understand what's going in. The amount of code is still relatively small. So I just want to make sure I understand what's going in, and sometimes I tweak it a little bit. Okay. So let's see what the changes are. Follow symlinks is now defaulting to true. I guess that makes sense. That's something, you don't have symlinks on Windows, which is sort of a problem with Windows, but it's just something we didn't have to think about when we wrote the Windows version of the code. Okay. Oh man, there's a lot of changes, dude. All right, file visit info has these things. Yeah, my birthday is election day. It's very sad. @ functionality, okay. So that's also doing follow symlinks is true. Do I mean symlinks are transparent because you use junction points to move stuff off C? I don't even know. So Windows didn't really used to have anything but hard links. I guess they added something at some point, but I don't even know what it is. So maybe we're not even doing the optimal thing for Windows, but for sure, Unix people use symlinks all the time and expect them to work correctly, right? Well, yeah, NTFS has hard links. Okay. This is going to drive the shit out of me. All right. White space change. Why are we setting this to uninitialized? Let's just not do that. Like, why? Yeah. Okay. So we're just not going to do that, and we're not going to set these because why? There's no reason. If you're going to do file operations, like not initializing the struct is just kind of a mistake. Equals recursive. Yeah, that's a... Wait. Oh, I missed these comments. And then this. So, are there some... Why is invalid handle value? Oh, this is even Win32. Right, okay. For some reason I thought we were on the Linux version. Are there some recoverable and potentially you should still report the file and continue instead of failing the whole search? Yeah, it's a good question. I don't know. I can't think of any offhand. Okay, 157 is recursive. Wait. Okay, so this got changed to this. Why is this inverse video? What does that even mean? What does it even mean? Okay. It means it wants me to use tabs. Double check on the handle. Did I paste that when that was already there? See, this is, okay, yeah, this is the disadvantage to doing it by hand, is I can make mistakes. Okay, now here's where all the changes are, so who knows. Did I search for recursive? Like, why? Oh, God. Fuck. I just hit escape. All right. That's a good question. I guess we forgot the closed dir before. Or maybe it used to be explicit. Okay. So instead of just getting the string, we set is symlink. I see. But I don't want to do this way. I don't like big nests like this. Oh, because of the reader. All right, we'll leave it this way for now. See, if this was like a while, if we had while do, you would say do entry equals reader, and then you could refactor this. But Not currently. All right. Okay. So we get the name. How? And then there's not that many changes. We set had error to false in 271. I put it in a slightly different place. Let's just keep it here. All right. So we go from this down here to this. It's just basically adding one more thing. And we say that we had an error, because I guess he wants to recover from errors. And then isdir is not this anymore. It's s isdir. And we can move that down. Whoops. Because we don't use it yet. What does this follow? Oh, that's old code. I see. So now, oh, if it's a directory, right? Yeah. I don't understand why he took out follow symlinks for descending into a directory, though. Oh, is it because we already would have skipped it? Yeah, we already would have skipped it. Okay. Okay. Okay, yeah, this used to be explicit, and he was just like, let's defer it. All right, well, I probably screwed something up. Wait, end stats. What's going on there? What? Was that just me typoing in the file before? Probably. So he took his name out. Or did I accidentally delete that? No, he took his name out. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. All right. Ship it. Is there a way to take a variable out of scope manually without using a new pair of braces? I've been thinking about making a feature like that, but no such thing exists currently. You could do that yourself in a metaprogram, but there is no official compiler feature for that. You know, you could make like a macro that expands to nothing, but every time you see that macro in your metaprogram, you say, I'm now going to disallow use of this variable in subsequent code, right? And that's why, sometimes I don't just jump to implement ideas like that, because I'm like, well, maybe it's better to just let people experiment with this at user level, and just see what the best form of it is. Then we can see, if everybody wants that, maybe it's worth promoting to a language feature, But at this point, I think it's better for me to work on base infrastructure kind of things and get more toward the open beta than it is to start adding features, So that's why. The only, the hesitation that I have about putting that in a meta program is it's probably a lot slower to do that, but then, you're probably going to be checking for a lot of things anyway. So checking for one more thing is maybe not bad. Although sometimes it's weird. Like, I don't know how it's going to work out, because something like that almost kind of wants to be in its own pass. And if you start adding passes like LLVM or whatever, that's how you get slow. But maybe we just have to make meta programs really fast, right? The thing that makes me nervous about all that right now is just because the meta programs run in bytecode, they're not that fast compared to native code. But yeah, maybe we just need to JIT to native code eventually. And then it'll be fast. So let's play a level. Let's play, it's a debug build, so it's kind of janky frame rate, but there you go. All right. That was it. All right. That's a lot of changes. This is a good beta, people. It's bug fixes, small feature enhancements, better error messages, and making very good progress on the back end. We did a lot of attacking the back end. This was stuff like that part of the compiler just felt janky and like it needed a rewrite, and it's basically gotten a substantial rewrite. Like everything that I didn't like about it is now fixed. So, and it's a lot faster. So you really, like, this is a good beta. All right. So now we're going to hope that Linux isn't totally hosed. Is the new feature still in the works? Which new feature? Oh, the one that I tweeted about a while back. Which one was that? Yeah. Yes, that one is in the works. All this attack the back end stuff was in part to make way for that new feature. So it'll be upcoming in one of the new betas sometime soon, I just, when we've got this many fixes and stuff, I just want to get them out to people, right? I want to improve people's lives. That said, because we did so much back end work, maybe we'll destabilize something. You never know. All right. Beta 30 on 25 October 2020. Is there a way to dynamically call a function where the type is only known at runtime? No. Or you have to know enough of the, like, it's a compiled language, right? somebody could make a library. Okay, so for example, there's a library that I have that's written in C called libffi, right, that we use to do cool stuff. And you would basically need something like that. You would need a library that knows the calling convention of the machine you're on and generates that code. All right. Because that is just not the kind of programming language that this is. There are very limited cases when you can, but they all amount to knowing enough about the type at runtime or at compile time. So like, if you know it takes one argument that's a pointer to some type and you just want to stuff a pointer in there, sure, you can do that. But no, if it's like a fully dynamic, no, this is not that kind of language. What kind of milestones do I cross in order to decide when to move something like this into alpha beta release? You mean something like the feature we were talking about? It depends. It depends on what I feel like working on. It depends on what is a longer term goal versus a shorter term goal. This particular feature is one that I just thought of back when I tweeted about it, and thought it would be super cool. Like it both interacts well with some recent other new features that seem smaller that were added like last month. But also, sort of fulfills one very good way of adding a different particular feature that seems a little bit unrelated that other people were wanting. So it's this particular one, it's like, okay, it's not that hard. And it'll be good, and it's something most languages don't do. So I like it, so I want to do it, right? I don't know. I don't think there's a general rule. Like I do all these things situationally based on what I think is best to work on right now and ship right now, and how close are we to this thing versus this other thing. Okay, so bump beta version number. Okay, so while that's cooking, we're gonna hope that the Linux version has not broken horribly, which quite realistically could have happened for many reasons. Maybe even those file utility changes that we made don't even compile because I messed something up. Or maybe I messed up some debug info. Who knows, dude? We'll double check debug info before we ship it. You mean the entire language? I mean, like I said, it's very situational. No, I'm not thinking about making a video code. How many times do I have to say that? It's been years, people. No. Is there a way to call an arbitrary compile time known function? Say you've parsed some arguments and you can check they match the procedure. I'm not sure I understand the exact scenario. Let me think about it in a second. Oh no! This is exactly what I was afraid of. Oh my gosh. All right. Well, actually, this isn't exactly what I was afraid of, but it is a problem. Call an arbitrary compile time known function. Let's say you've parsed some arguments and you can check they match the procedure. Well, I mean, you need to put those arguments into the data types that the procedure wants and then call the procedure. I mean, that's just like anything. I'm not sure that I understand the question. Like if you've parsed the arguments and you know the procedure type, then what's the problem? Like you can do that in C. So there must be some part of the question that I'm not getting. Yeah, no, the whole point, like, this is one thing that it's annoying because people keep asking about this codec thing. It's like, look, I was going to do a tutorial on how to do a codec in a single file in order to show that codecs are not a big deal. I was not trying to write some state-of-the-art video codec, first of all. Secondly, I didn't need to do that because someone else did it. So I was like, great, let's move on. But, I just keep getting, people are excited about video, so I keep getting asked about it. And it's very tiring, honestly. So sorry if I got annoyed, but it's just like, that's what happened. Like the pressure builds up every time somebody asks about it. And it's like, dude, I'm trying to think about other things now because I didn't need to do that. Okay. I don't like trying to debug. Why is this not even... Okay, I guess the... What did I do wrong? Like that looks like an LLVM module with a lot of things unreadably. So the DIE, that's some dwarf information section. Like, I don't understand. It's like, I made some type that it doesn't like maybe somewhere. I honestly don't know. It didn't output an LLVM error message. Possible GDB rage quit, possibly. I honestly don't know. Like, I was testing this stuff on Dwarf, and it was fine. Oh, I guess I was doing LLVM the whole time. Or x64. I wonder if... This is very bad. But this is something I can debug. And maybe this is what LLVM is freaking out about too, although maybe it's totally different. Guys, I have no idea what's going on now. Double free or corruption. What? All right. Okay. What are we freeing here? Closed her. Okay. This is in the frickin' thing that we just merged. This is in file utilities. Guys. I bet. All right. No. There might have been a file close difference. There was. The old version did an explicit close, and the new version did a defer close. But that wasn't the problem, apparently. What did I do? What did I do? We're just about at the point where we have to binary search, because the thing is, I was testing this even just a couple days ago, so this is a recent problem. So we're inside a system call, and we can't get out of the system call. Oh, wait. I probably gave it the wrong version. Because 13293 is not old enough. Sorry, I was stupid. I subtracted one, but like... See, that is the one that has the new stuff. It's 13292 that's old enough. Because I bumped the beta version number, guys. A, always, B, C, closing. Always be closing. Okay, so we're going to try copying his file exactly because I might have screwed something up. But we might just boot this from the beta if it doesn't work. Why is this taking so long? Uh-oh. Come on. Come on, go. Go. Maybe that's why he erased his name. Okay, this is bad news bears. Oh, you know, it is debug compiler now. So maybe it's just, nope. Oh, that's LLVM being, wait, what? Why is it in LLVM code? Something is really messed up. It's crashing in the same place as that other thing. So that's a different problem. Okay. This is definitely a thing that I need to debug that I have no idea how to debug. Especially because of the spam output due to multiple threads. We could no jobs it. But it's, I'm saying -x64. So like, oh, first, this program probably ignores, it probably starts its own workspace and ignores that. So this is the same thing that we would see in any case. Okay, so this is some scope shit that I was trying to do. Yeah, I know what the problem is here. We can go look at that. This is when I was trying to do the nested scopey thing. Are there a lot of people in the beta on Linux? I don't actually know. I feel like it's about half or more, honestly, but I don't actually know. This is like, because the documentation is so terrible, I'm just trying to figure out what to do to make scopes. So I could make this a DI file. It's just, I'm so angry at these people. For wasting my time to the degree that they waste my time. Now that might actually be a different jobs, different problem. Or it might be the same problem. Guys, I don't know. I fucking hate this. All these LLVM people can go jump off a cliff. They're not as bad as Harfbuzz, but almost. Didn't look like I got much help on Twitter the other day. Nope. Basically none. Basically none. So I'm going to just do the rollback thing until it works and then figure out why. So we already know, we know one of the problems. Let me write this down. So firstly, we need to figure out if I messed up file utilities or if we just can't ship those changes. That's thing number one. The other is I got to figure out when LLVM stopped working, and it's probably when I tried to do the nested scopy scope thing, which I honestly don't have a problem rolling back right now because it doesn't frickin' do anything. So my first guess is I don't know. I thought it was older than a scope. Let's just look at I feel like this one is probably fine. Actually, this one is probably fine too. This one that says fix handling of data segment, oh, maybe not. Click. I clicked on it. Why isn't it appearing? Oh, because I got to do this. Okay, this is where the bad news bears happened. Of like me just trying to do stuff, and I guess it works on Windows but not Linux for some reason. Now this happened to be checked in at the same time as I guess some array fix. Although those look like trivial changes. Oh no, different one. So we're going to go to 13239 and it's going to work, and then we're going to go to 13240 and it's not going to work. I'm going to get some more water. Wait, why is this modified? Uh-oh. Oh, because I did just modify it, right? Duh. Duh. I was like, did I leave it modified for days? All right, we are going to investigate the cookies and cream just to see what a wonderful delicacy it is. Looks like aphids. All right. It sure did complain, but we expect that because I knew there's like an unfixed thing on my to-do list that there's some kind of a frickin' cast thing. We're just ignoring that. It doesn't show up in release compiler. It only shows up in debug compiler. So I was like, we'll just ship the beta and fix it later. Okay. This is going to take forever. We got to go back to release compiler. Much faster. So next, we update to the next version and we verify that that breaks. And then I look at the diff and make sure that I can reverse merge it without crying too hard. And then I do that. How do I motivate myself to work on problems like this that seem mentally draining and require a lot of my attention? Yeah, I mean, honestly, I hate stuff like this. Like whenever there's a really bad API like LLVM, that not only is the API bad, but it makes me impossible to even break where the problem is for some reason. Or whenever there's a bad operating system API, like my personality is that I really, really like it's painful to me to work on that. But the thing is, I've done it enough that I've been on the other side enough, right? I've been like, okay, well, I had to do this painful stuff before, but I got through it and I got these results that I was quite happy about, right? So I'm just picturing that. I'm doing it again. Also just discipline, right? Like if you're going to go work out, it's not fun, but you do it. That said, working out is a lot better for you than this is. Okay. Man, that's a lot of changes, but hopefully it won't be that bad to just do the LLVM part. Because I think that's the update where I passed in this whole situation. Did I see Lex Friedman's interview with the designer of LLVM? No, but I've talked to Chris a couple times. And I'm not sure that Lex's interview would tell me more than what I know from hanging out with him at a conference. So, you know. All right. Yes, it is correct. I do not want to try GDB front ends or LLDB graphical front ends because I've tried them before and I thought they were awful. So, and you know, it's been a while, but if there's one thing I know about open source people, it's that they're bad at interfaces and bad at even understanding like the product mentality that you need to make a good debugger in the first place. So just like, I just don't even want to go there. I want to fix the problem that I'm working on. No, we tried TUI mode on stream a long time ago and it was immediately awful and unusable and I had to shut it off. It was awful, awful, awful. It really depends on what you're used to. No, I couldn't see, like, the information I was trying to show, like, didn't fit or something. Like, it was bad, dude. It was really bad. Okay. All right. So, what am I even doing? Oh, yeah. I'm going to verify that this breaks. Yep. Okay. So, I kind of want to do this on the Windows side. So this was 13240. It's so annoying that it works fine with this version of LLVM, but not that one. It's like, oh my God, guys. They're supposedly even the same version. It's just one's on Windows and one's on Linux. Like, Okay, 13240. All right. See, this is a misleading dialogue because this isn't a revert, this is a reverse merge, which is frickin' different, dude. Okay, so let's look at now. So now we have a reverse merge of that applied to the working copy. And that might be reversing more than we want. So we're just going to diff it now and make sure. So that we want to reverse. Yeah, that's fine. It's trivial changes. Okay, that's fine. Okay, here we actually need to put this back. Because that's the API now. But we probably just won't use it that much. Wait, what? Oh, that was the old lexical block thing that was already there. Never mind. Okay, so this part we actually want to change. Sort of. We'll figure that out in a minute. I think this is all trivial stuff. All right, so we're going to save this out. So here, where we're LLVM writing globals just for application scope, what we actually want to do is this. We want to say for imports, why is it so hosed? So what? Emacs is so stupid. Oh, right, because it's C++. Sorry. So we were writing the globals only here, and we want to write them for module import scope. I think that's really all I want to do. I'm going to leave the rest of the code in there as commented out. We're going to make sure this works on the Windows. And then we'll see what happens. All right, so while I'm doing this on the Linux copy, we're going to re-update to working copy. Actually, which is going to include the file utilities problem. So we might have to undo that. No, we definitely have to undo that. But first, okay, one thing at a time. Focus. So we're just going to make, well, first we're going to run the LVM version on the game and the tests and just make sure it works. So that's number one, like that it compiles. And then we will run some tests, or run the game. No, not you. Gonna run this. That's a large file. 2,000 lines? No, it's not a large file. 5,000 lines? No, it's not a large file. For you, maybe. Okay, so I just want to go back to our trusty Bard particles. Just because we like breaking here. Why are we not? Oh, because there's no Bard. Wait, why is the Bard? Oh, she wasn't active. There we go. Okay, Bard particles. Gameplay settings. Can I see that? Yes. Great. What are some other globals? The variable. That's a little bit incorrect, but we'll deal with it for now. It's good enough for debugging. How about, well, gameplay key map. Okay, great. Great. Look at all that stuff. Okay, now let's try from a module. I don't even know if there's like data here that is global. State. Oh, because maybe we don't. try a different one. I honestly don't even know where there's a... Because a lot of things, if you want them to be thread safe, they might not have global data. Okay, so I think we don't export these, which is maybe fine for now. Or we don't... Seems like it should, though. You know what? Let's close some stuff here. Close that. Close that. I mean, I kind of want to know what happens. So now, what global were we just trying to look at? Oh yeah, like asset changes. Asset changes. So we're going to bake that in. All right. Let's see what happens. This is an old breakpoint that we don't really want. That is from a bug that I fixed earlier today. just waiting for it to go. Let me see if I have any extra slow breakpoints. That's probably not good. Dude, it's so slow. I clicked there, I hit delete, and it changed my focus to the wrong place and deleted a character from the file. I mean, I could just keep going till we see hot loader. All right. Well, okay, so it's picking them up. And should, in theory, I'll be putting them. All right, so let's just go there. We're gonna just waiting for it to do something. Okay, that's weird. All right, well. Hot loader. See what happens. Oh, that's the name. Is that gonna work? Oh no, it arrow name. What's that data? Are you gonna make me cast it? You're gonna make me cast it. Maybe that won't even work because of zero termination. Let's see. Okay, so get command line. Let's go to hot loader and see what we want to be seeing. Okay, wait. Oh, dude, this is the wrong scope. I think we want module struct get dot scope. Yep, it's that one. Dang it. Actually, not dang it, because it's good. All right. What line were we at? Let's close that out. I don't freaking know. Hot loader. No check-in. Okay. Just overly defensive coding right before shipping a beta. Okay, that is what we want. All right. All right. Frickin' C++, dude. Asset change. Great. Notify len. Reload delay. Hot loader init. Register callback. Okay, I feel like this might actually work. Let's see if our other breakpoint fires. If it's still in a good line. No, it's not actually. Oh, because we commented it out. All right. Let's just have some confidence and do our debug test. Now, if that works, though, I have to fix it in x64 as well. Because x64 made the same mistake. But first, we see if we fixed it. Okay, so we're here. Asset changes, we could see it now. All right, so let me go to wait, really? Oh, is this code view and dwarf separately? Oh my God, guys. All right. Code view right globals. There. And then dwarf right globals. Wait, real? What? I never did this for dwarf. Oh my God, so many problems. So many problems. Okay, great. We're coming in hot on this one, folks. Well, at least I'm finding these problems as opposed to people having to report them. Okay. Now, okay, we did this. So now we just want to know that x64 makes those same variables visible. It's not even that much more debug info than it was. I was expecting it to jump up to like a lot more, but maybe not. All right, let's see what happens. Okay. Asset changes. There we go. There we go. Gameplay key map. Gameplay settings. It's almost like things work, but now we're going to check it in. All right. You know what? We're not going to do. Okay. We're going to check this in. So we're going to hope that this works. Now it's actually not going to work because we still have the file utilities problem. Okay. So now the problem is I have to reverse merge the file utilities. And then, whoops, we didn't want to do that. Necessarily, I don't know. We just want to reverse merge that one file. Okay. We'll try bringing it back in a bit. Okay. Now we're going to go back over here. We're going to update. Make sure we are clean. We're going to do a make. All right. Oops. So I'm going to do x64 because it's safer. I just want to verify, not safer, but I have higher confidence that that's fine because it was working fine anyway. As soon as this goes, we're going to do LVM. Yeah. And then we will debug a small test program that I have available using both backends and just verify that basic global variables are visible, which they should be. And then we could ship if we want to. But then I want to try Rafael Luba's file verbatim as he sent it to me without my edits. And just see if that works. Or if that is terrible. Okay, very good, very good, very good. This is LVM. What's in that file? A global, D string, and the vector 3, which will be all zeros right now. Great. So, x64. Great. We are ready to ship, but now, we try this. I mean, I think we're ready to ship, but honestly, whenever you change this many things this fast, it's a little bit like, all right, anyway. I'm checking it in here just because it's more convenient. I mean, I need to go run tests on that if we decide, but Well, it looks like I screwed it up, guys. It looks like I made an editing mistake. I don't know what it was. But I didn't really see anything objectionable in it that I mean, there were a couple very minor things that I edited, but I didn't see a problem with the basic changes that he made. So I'm fine just leaving this in there. It always takes extra to ship. You know, you think you're ready, and then there's just problems. All right. Now I hope, so the scary thing is, I mean, I bumped the version number a really long time ago. No, but we have a new one here. So we're just going to update on this side, and we should get the Linux and the Windows builds that are brand spanking new. How long would it take to recreate Braid? I mean, I would just do a direct translation of the old code. I don't know how long it would take, honestly, but probably not that long. I mean, we could have ported Braid a long time ago. Yeah, like the language is very far along that way. It's just, you know, there's only so much I can do. Like at some point, I do want to port Braid, but I don't want to do it for this release because there's too much going on, right? So for like a long-term purposes, I would like to port it. But for now, it's just like, it's enough work keeping it in C++. Okay. I think let's just run tests on here one more time, okay? Just to make sure that I didn't skip something. Those LLVM problems were scary, man. Such a terrible API. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. almost done. Dun, 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 dun. All right, I did not lie. I put a date stamp on it. And the thing is, it's almost midnight, but at my time, but not quite. So we're going to be rolling it out, hopefully. There we go. Look at those ting-tanglers going. Look at those ting-tanglers. All right. Okay. There we go. Well, it's 8:59 p.m. because my clock is California time. But we made it right before the thing. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn off the screen here for a second. And I'm going to send an email to the beta peeps and say, hey, the beta's ready, right? And then we're going to probably play a video game. And then we're probably just going to hang out and hang out. All right. Play Doom Eternal. You can play Doom Eternal. I do not want to play that. New compiler beta. And let me paste in the changelog. Bam. Hopefully I didn't make a lot of bugs. Okay. So the beta people will have their email. Let's see if Sensorium is updated. So I actually, because I gave up on that puzzle, I also read where the other two are, which I'm not sorry about any of them because they're all things that I wouldn't put up with. So, but since we know what they are, Oh no, guys. If I set, okay, here's the funny thing is I tossed out my piece of paper that had all the hexagons on it, or all the octagons. So if I've set any of the trees incorrectly, I will not be able to open the final place. So we'll see. We'll see. The likelihood of me having made a mistake is probably high. We'll see. But it's probably not that bad to go back and get them. Actually, I could go to the VOD from yesterday when I was holding them up to the camera. Yeah, it takes time for the beta to upload. Let me check. Oh, it's still uploading. Usually it's, I thought it would say on the link still uploading, but it says 5 minutes, unfortunately. I guess that's hotel Wi-Fi with slow upstream. Although Sensorium is taking a while to come down as well. Minute till support emails. I'm going to get more water while this is happening. Okay. We're going to play the game. Gonna load. Hey, look! Look where we are. Okay. Here's a puzzle. I see... Oh, there's a thing on the back. I mean, the thing on top kind of looks like this cable. But I don't know. It's like a thing splitting into two things. Is that the menu screen? Maybe not. Is that the start game screen? Because the menu screen is almost, but resume. That kind of looks like return home, but then load. So oh, okay. Well, I mean, I guess I still don't like it, but all right. It's at least playable. It's at least like the information is actually there to solve it. And I guess that is kind of cool. I mean, I don't. Kind of cool is not how I feel about it, but it's a little bit meta, right? In a way that most games don't do. So there's that. Okay, so it's like that with a corner. How is that big scraping dungeon noise? Okay. Now the problem with this one is we don't know which rotation is correct. In fact, that might be true for more than one symbol. I mean, some of them could be mirrored or something, but I hope not. Like this is also rotationally symmetric, but we haven't. The circle one and the square one also. We don't know what way is up for those. All right. I like that a little better, although it's kind of confusing in the sense that, like, I mean, that's good because I know I'm looking for octagons. And then the last octagon is supposedly in the dark area underground, and I stumbled around there looking for something for a long time and never found it, so I don't know, but we're gonna look for it. Yeah, I like using the green cube puzzle as a hint, because otherwise it seems way too much like a significant gameplay thing to not be a significant gameplay thing, you know? So making it one is pretty interesting. Or it like ties together loose ends in a way that's good. And you still have to come back here and like figure out what to do, right? Like you probably don't even remember there's no button on the outside like there is on some of the rooms, but then you're like, oh, maybe I have to do the inside one. Ugh. Oh, God. All right. Thing. So that leaves one more, which is supposedly in the underworld. It's a fun game. I recommend this to anyone who hasn't tried it. Beta should be ready now, by the way. Any beta users who are watching. Dude, I stumbled around in the dark over there for so long. But supposedly there's just a thing in there. I don't know. I don't understand. I'm back in this room. Am I supposed to be able to see a thing in this room? Unfortunately, I just see all the smudges on my screen now. Did my brightness get reset in the update? Nope. Wait. Oh, that's the column that's there, though. Dude, I don't know. Wait, I feel like I'm kind of going down, though, because I'm looking at this, and it's eye level. Oh, maybe that's an optical illusion. I don't know. I mean, rip, right? Gotta turn out the... What do you mean turn out the lights? There is no turn out the lights. Oh, you mean in my room? I literally see nothing. I've been in this room so many times now. I literally do not see a single helpful pixel at all. Jump on walls? Maybe. Like, this column here is pretty sus, honestly. Because, like, why is it there? Also, my face feels like it's clipping through it sometimes. I don't know, guys. Like, if this is a secret, it's not one that I really want to play. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's what I did. I tried pushing against the wall the whole time. I guess I sort of gave it up once I was in this chamber. But like I just went around pushing against the wall. Now let's go backwards. I mean, I don't... Like, again, if there's a secret here, it's, like, hidden in a way that's beyond reason. Like, this amount of banging into walls that I've done down here is more than... Like, again, if this would be what's required to find something, you're implying that people should do this to every game in every location, which would make game playing such a tedious exercise that I would just not want to play video games ever, right? So there has to be a reason to believe there's something here, first of all, to even get this level of grinding. And then now that I've done this for a while and not... I mean, this is the nth time I've come down here and not seen anything, and I'm just like, well, I guess I lose the game then. That's fine with me. Like, you know, it's even got like visibility bugs like this, like frame late portalization bugs. Fire printer duck. I also, on previous streams, I tried like going on this side. You could sort of get on things. You know, I didn't try as much out in the front as I did just here, so we could try that, I guess. But like, there's, again, you know, I understand why someone might do... Oh, wait, I'm in a thing here. Oh! I never saw this one before. Yeah, that's... I don't like that. I don't like that for reasons already explained. I mean, again, unless there was a reason to believe there's something in the dark in this section, I don't like it. If there is a reason to believe that, then it could be an interesting exercise. So now the problem is I'm going to go enter these and it's not going to work because there's so many symmetrical combinations. Unless the game detects them and says it's fine. And the problem now is some of them might be wrong and I don't have my notes. And the combinatorics might be too high. I might just give up on opening the trees. I sort of felt like a secret, if it was hidden in that area, would be like behind the exit, but it wasn't. It was before the exit, which was weird. You notice the symmetry with the starting area, so I think maybe... No, it wasn't reason... Like, symmetry with the starting area doesn't mean anything with regard to whether there's an octagon hidden there, unless it's like on the door, which there's no way to open and close that door. Last tree... No, it's not a question of last tree anything. It's like a number of these are symmetric symbols that at least leave 180s, possibly reflections, and like I said, the chance the chance that I had an error from before was pretty high. All right, so the 3s is over here, and that says back, side, and front quarter. Wait, that's not what? Hold on. Is this back? There's that back. See, I don't even know, and this is annoying the shit out of me. I don't think that's back. I think that probably is back, side. It's just this one doesn't really feel like it's pointing. Oh, maybe. All right, square. Is this one back here? That's this, that, and that, and then that, and then Dos Equis. Oh my God, the circle one. That could be literally any rotation. All right. Dos Equis is here. Wait, is that backwards? It's not. And I click this one and it doesn't open. Oh my God, it did. We somehow did it all correctly. It's amazing. And then it's an empty room. Lol. Lol. Oh, it's like the antechamber and etc. That's a very nice end game thing. Look at the early Robo. Oh, very nice. Very nice. What game's that? I don't know what game that is. Is that Fez? That's not Fez. Quake. Yeah, it's true. Quake had good controls, man. This is a special PR photo of the Witness that I think we put out. That isn't even in the finals, I don't think. But like, see how this one, there's a pink tree in front of this tree? We did that in our pre-release things to not make this correspondence obvious. This is not how it looks in the actual game. I remember this room in the antechamber. It was cool. Thanks for putting a shot from our game in your game. Oh, these are nice. It's like evolution of the island as a whole, I guess. Maybe we should have done something much like this in the witness. It didn't feel appropriate, but maybe. Oh, original puzzles. That'll be cool. Yep. Yep. All right. Dang it. I feel like it's this. There we go. Yeah, that one's a little hard. See, the problem is I don't know what the interval is. Like... Wait. I don't know. These are too hard. Like... Doesn't it sound like it's going down? No, maybe not. I think it's this, but I tried this. No, I thought I tried that. Okay. All right. Okay, so that one of these is the same. I thought. See, the problem here is these are too close to each other. Like, you want to be able to listen and know which track is which, and then be wrestling with trying to pay attention, right? Okay. But that's only half of it, right? Oh no, did I do the other one correctly already? So it only gets it after you do them, but yeah, I guess so. All right, cool. I mean, I like the ideas of these puzzles. This one would have worked in the final game if the tones were much more different, probably. And if you need separate feedback on each puzzle, like you need to get solution for this side and solution for this side as opposed to joint. Like, I would have been happy with that puzzle. Even this one, as an advanced one, it's just, you know, we had to deal with some of this in the witness. There's things you do. So like these notes, actually this one. to make it easier for more people, you can expand the interval of the notes, right? So instead of just, you know, one semitone or whatever the hell they're called, you do 2 or 3. Just you make it much further apart, and then people can tell. So I think these could have been salvaged for the game. They don't need that much more, but I also understand when you're just trying to get a game shipped and a lot of people are complaining about some puzzle, it's like, all right, we just won't do that one. There's plenty of puzzles in the game, so it's not really a problem. Like, I didn't feel like the sound puzzles were incomplete as they were, but I like those that we just played. They're neat. So the thing about this game that's related to what's being said here, like, this already does involve translation in some sense, that, like, about the geometric stuff. The thing about this game is it starts with the high-level idea about being about 5 of the human senses. It says the 5 senses, but human beings actually have like 20 senses. But it's not really about... It's like fictionally about the 5 senses, but like smell isn't about you actually smelling things, right? It's about like other stuff. And taste is not actually about tasting things, but it fictionally is, because you're like eating a thing. But the taste puzzles are really about, you know, like things that come... I mean, I guess that a little bit comes fictionally from taste, like things that overlay, but they overlay in different ways at different times and stuff. So, like, I feel like if somebody went and did if the author did, like, the bigger version of this game, which I don't know if that's a better use of his time or something. Like, this was probably plenty big to make, right? I would use the 5 senses thing more as background inspiration, but not pretend like that was what the game was about in the foreground, because it becomes limiting because it's not really what's actually going on, right? And so this is another case where it's like, well, I don't know, but that would be a pretty big change. And like, I understand the allure of saying like, oh, it's about the 5 senses and it gives you this categorization and stuff, but that part of the game is not really that strong. Honest, you know, it's not as strong as the puzzles that came from it, right? Did we see any decent sales bump? Yeah, I mean, I'm sure we got like 15 people to buy the game or something. It's like not going to be enough. I also tweeted about it. It's not going to be enough to, like, you know, help someone make a living off the game, but you know, if we can just get some players your way, and then those people can tell their friends, and maybe it'll just be a little bit more. Angry area in the DLC. Puzzle was going to involve finding the button that matched the color of the wire leading out of the room, but that was terrible. I mean, there's something about this kind of idea that I feel like it could work. We had one puzzle in the extra area of the witness that was just like, you know, when you're trying to do like the stone separation thing, what if there's a bajillion colors? Actually, I don't know if we shipped that one. There was like, what if there's a bajillion colors and it's more about analog distance? Yeah, we didn't ship that one. There's a different one that's about bajillion colors, but it's, you know, that's the broken LCD one, which is different. I assume I can't stand on these. No, I just walked right through one. So if this is I'm supposed to stand somewhere to get the information, I don't really see where it would be. It would have to be far. And then that's too far. So I'm not... Maybe a small subset of the squares that line it up, and then the rest do not. The thing is, they would need to be squares at about the right distance, about equal distance. Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay. That was another thing we did in the witness sometimes. So the answer here, I'm standing in the absolute back corner, which means it's findable. Like the acceleration values in this game are pretty high. So positioning yourself exactly is pretty hard, right? In the witness, our acceleration values are softer, but we had a similar thing. Like if you needed somebody to stand on an exact spot, it's pretty tweaky and difficult, right? I mean, in the iOS version, we had like 2-finger strafe and stuff, but here it's like pinned to the back corner, which means at least you can find it consistently, right? So, I mean, that's a little bit workable. I agree that it's not ideal for these reasons. I could almost imagine some version of it that would work, but it would probably require these blocks to be a lot bigger and like part of an area. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, you know, when you're designing a game, often you have these ideas that just don't... The puzzles they turn into are just not that good or not that playable. We had a bunch of those on Witness and on Braid, really. The smell slider in the options menu. Or is there? Well, remember when I said it would be cool to go through the wall? That looks cool. Well, that looks cool. Yeah, this feels more like a level of indirection between touch. But like the moving blocks puzzles, I don't think of them as touch puzzles. Oh, I see. Rip. I don't think of them as touch puzzles, really. I just think of them as moving block puzzles, right? Uh-oh. Wait, that's not what I meant. Yeah, I mean, these... I see the appeal here, right? The appeal is... The, like, it uses, you know, these use this control thing as sort of a universal control. However, not really in the same way as it is for the other puzzles. And also, yeah, the interactivity is awkward. I definitely prefer pushing the blocks directly. But again, this is a thing we did in The Witness as well, right? Like at some point in The Witness, I decided, yeah, whoops. I decided that the that the puzzle panel should be a universal activation device, and that usually wasn't too awkward in that game. Alright, what do I do here? There's no reset button, so hopefully it's solvable. It's like this big vertical is sort of the awkward part. See if I could just cycle him left one from here. Oh, now we're good. We good. We good. Okay. What? Oh, okay. Okay. That's cool. So here, I have to use these to pin these guys in place in some way. It's a little bit annoying, the distances here. Actually, I could just pin this guy. And I have impunity. It's sort of like the intro puzzle for that. Okay. I already see what the jig is. It's like those block puzzles that ended up in the game. Yeah, these are cute. Like, you know, sometimes it's like you make puzzles like this and you're like, yeah, but, you know, yeah, but. Whoa! That's just a bug, right? Okay, rip. There's no reset button on this. Rip! I hope this doesn't affect my score on my permanent record. Rip. Okay. Well, Unreal Engine. There might just be some property not set on those last couple of blocks or something. Like, that might be very easily fixable. Like, I don't know if they're visual with separate collision volumes or something, but it might be an easy tweak. Yeah, so this is when they were pressure plates. Like, there's something kind of cool about that. Like, whoa, I'm inside the circuit, but I think for that to be really cool, the circuit would have to be bigger and, like, all around you. Like, you could imagine a version of the end game where, like, you're in the circuit and each room is one of the logic gates, and, like, when one side of the AND gate is on, like, it's filled and you can only walk through the other side or something. I don't know. I don't know what that would be. And the AND gate becomes the NAND gate because to get through, both sides have to be off. I don't know. It's wavy shadows, wavy gravy in the Navy with that puzzle. This is also like early builds of The Witness kind of looked like this. It was like, here's a block, here's some puzzles attached to the block. It looked a lot like this, actually. Oh, yeah. Okay. Wow. We made it through the museum, maybe. Is there more stuff out here? Oh. Well, that's cool. That's a very nice thing to have at the end. Let me go back. Let me make sure I don't have something. Didn't miss something. I bet there's some secret springboard that shoots you through the ceiling into Frog Fractions 5 in here. really tired. I'm going to appreciate sleeping. Isn't tonight like the daylight savings extra hour night? I'm going to dig that. Hello, Gibbs. Like, even this looks so much like something from an early build of The Witness. It's like exactly what the game looked like. Except actually, Witness was messier. Because we didn't have like CSG primitives for making rooms like Unreal has. So I made rooms out of like rectangular slabs. So like in a thing like this, like the door jamb wouldn't be aligned and like the walls would stick down too far and stuff. Last night. Oh no! Wait, next week? People are telling me contradictory things. Alright, well, GG's. Like that, I wholeheartedly agree with those changes that were made. I think they make the game reasonable, and people who put, like, anyone who gets that far to get to the point where they would be stuck on those really put a lot of work into the game. And like, the menu thing is much better because it is meta in a certain way, right? It's like you have to realize that's the menu. Well, spoilers for people who didn't watch me do it an hour ago, but I do think that is better than the information just not freaking being there. US is November 1. Okay. Well, I don't get extra sleep then. Yeah, no, this is a good game. It kind of makes me want to bust out my PS4 and play Dreams to see what some of his other stuff is there, but I'm traveling. And I also don't have the PS4 hooked up to anything that has audios at home. I just have PC monitors and no TVs. But I guess I could put headphones in one of the monitors, but then I can't really stream that way. No, I guess I could because PS4 has built-in streaming. We would have to stream using that though. Well, GG's. That was a satisfying game. What are in the extras? Oh yeah. The only thing I worry about is if there are translations of the game, then something has to change there for each translation. I don't know if there are any. Well, what's going on, people? I just feel like hanging out for a second. Let me double check from the beta people and make sure that nobody said this contains a Russian virus. Nope, I got no email from them, which means they don't care about me. Okay, great. How's it going, everybody? HDMI capture would get audio. Only if it's... I mean, I would need a pass-through or something like that. And I had a capture card that was supposed to pass through, but it didn't work when I tried it. Like, I just couldn't get Windows to recognize it correctly, so... yeah. RIP. What's the next state city on the visiting list? I don't know. I was going to get up tomorrow and just start driving. I actually booked a hotel room back in Knoxville, but I'm thinking I might go to other parts of North Carolina instead. Not sure about that, though. Isn't Epic in North Carolina? I could go complain about the collision bug that we just had. I can say, hello, Tim Sweeney. Fix the collision bug in Sensorium, please. Do you ever talk about how the environmental puzzles were done? No, it's not that hard though. They weren't that hard to make. It just required a lot of programming and refinement for some of the more specialized ones. What inspired my travels? The fact that California is a failed state and is collapsing, and I would like to find somewhere to live or at least hang out while California is being terrible. What city is a front runner for Operation Leave SF? I mean, I don't know. There are parts of Denver that are okay, but other parts of Denver are terrible. Um, Chattanooga, Tennessee is probably the place that I've been where I would be the most like, yeah, I could live here for a while at least. It's a little small, but it's not that far of a drive from Nashville, so you can go do bigger place stuff. Um, but I'm still driving around looking at places. Aren't most people bailing to Texas? Yeah, but partly that's just because people don't have ideas of their own and are copying what other people are saying, which has moved to Texas. And also, Texas started like a marketing campaign a couple of years ago, even like it's well before coronavirus, of like people are leaving California and moving to Texas. And I guess that marketing campaign kind of worked. Um, I understand people liking Austin and stuff, but I don't actually like Austin that much. Or I mean, I used to like it okay. It's worse now than last time I lived there, though. Let me put it that way. It's going downhill in the same way San Francisco has. If I really want 100% the game, I could go back and get more achievements, but I don't. I don't think so. Not necessary. Not necessary. But yeah, good game, man. You should make games professionally. It'll be good. It should go well. I mean, it's kind of hard as an indie right now to get people to notice your game, but once you have that under control, it's good. I actually like, I think in Antichamber there were like several developer rooms and they were hidden around the map or something. But I like this approach better, where it's like a nice thing you get for doing extra stuff. And it's like focused and in one place. I think that was nice. Yeah, I mean, I guess this game came out late August, mid August, I don't know. So like the discussions kind of had a few users and then petered out. But hopefully we can get some people playing it and picking it back up again. I mean, certainly anyone who liked The Witness or Antichamber or Manifold Garden would probably like this game, right? So that's a substantial chunk of people when you add all those together. Any good books on writing a 2D rasterizer? Well, what I used back in the day, and what still you might be able to find, was there were articles. These were for 3D stuff, but you could just ignore some of the 3D parts. There were articles by Mike Abrash. Actually, Mike Abrash's Black Book of Graphics Programming, or whatever it was called. Like, he republished his articles. Those probably had stuff that you need to know about how to scan out shapes and stuff. And then you can just skip the parts that are about 3D. Also, Chris Hecker had some articles in Game Developer Magazine that are probably still on his website that could help. Have I played Relicta? No. Drug reference. Dome generator. It's a puzzle game, but I can't tell. We could try this sometime, but I don't think I'm gonna like it, honestly. But we could try it sometime.
Systems, override that. Lock down the sector. Do it now.
Juegos. You're about to move to Colorado Springs. Colorado Springs wasn't totally for me, but if you like to do a lot of hiking and outdoor stuff, then I could see it being good. It's just the city part of Colorado Springs isn't that good, you know? At least not from what I saw. A Cube 2 ripoff, but without the Portal ripoff. Okay. We could add it to the cart. And we'll just get that later. City is just plain. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of one of these. I mean, it's one of these moderately rural America cities where you're going to drive everywhere, and a lot of what you drive by is Chick-fil-A and gas stations, right? Like, that's Colorado Springs. Anywhere in the Midwest or Northeast? I don't know. Northeast, probably not. I just want to stay out of excessively blue states because those are going to be the ones that have a bad time. Midwest, I've got a list of, like, I want to go to Omaha. I want to go to like Boise or somewhere. Um, yeah, so I've got a list of places to visit. Cost of living is more reasonable than Denver for sure, for sure. What do I think when I see an Among Us kind of game becoming that popular? I mean, I think that's fine. It's good. It means that AAA games are no longer monopolizing all the money. And we're seeing that happen more, right? Like when Minecraft took off, that was sort of the first big version of this. Um, and I don't think Among Us is as big as Minecraft, but it's big, right? And right before Among Us, what's it called? Um, you know the game. You know the thing. Um, that game, Fall Guys, yeah, that made a lot of money too. Why did Among Us get popular after 2 years? Because it's the right time and luck, right? And whatever. Like someone managed to pull it out. Like that's fine. You don't think any game is as big as Minecraft? No, I mean, Minecraft is big, but like GTA is bigger than Minecraft, probably. For example, like Notch sold Minecraft to Microsoft for $2 billion. Um, after he probably made some amount on it, but like there's AAA games that make billions of dollars. That's a thing of revenue, right? It's just they probably spend more on it. Like the amazing thing about Minecraft was it was done on such a low budget as well. Like Minecraft didn't have to spend $400 million on development like some of these other big games did, right? Wiki has Minecraft as most copies sold. Yeah, um, but like with GTA Online, GTA has subscription fees, and the retail price of the game is like twice Minecraft as well. I don't know. Like, I'm not saying I know for sure it's bigger, but like, similar category. Candy Crush probably beats it, maybe. Yeah, I'm not as conversant with mobile games, but yeah, there's a ton of money in mobile games. The problem with the mobile games though is again, they spend a ton of money to buy users, right? So the top games come out well, but it's not like Minecraft where you did this low budget thing and then it took off. Yeah, Fortnite might be bigger than Minecraft overall. It probably is. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. It doesn't matter. All these games are huge and super successful, right? They're at the top of financial. Define buying users? No, that's what happens on mobile is you buy users. Like literally. Not just ad spend. Like you pay companies in China to play your game so that it goes higher up the charts. That is a thing. and to like click the 5-star ratings and stuff. You didn't know that? That has been a thing on iOS for a long time. You know, I wouldn't doubt, I don't know any information about this, but I wouldn't doubt that there's some arbitrage with like paying people in China or even some cheaper country to like VPN and click on your ads in a high revenue demographic area, right? Like pretend to be a user in New York City, actually you're in Cambodia, in rural Cambodia, and you're just VPNing over and just clicking all the ads and making money for the ad clicks or something. I could almost guarantee you that shit happens. Doesn't even need to be people. Good point. Good point. Anyone want to talk about something besides game money? That's kind of a boring topic because everyone talks about it all the time. Do I ask other developers about C++? Do they also have the same dislike that I do? I think that varies a lot. Some people really strongly dislike C++ with the same aesthetic distaste that I have, right? Some people don't really like it, but they have I would say, a pragmatic view about like, well, it's just the best thing there is that we have, and there's reasons for that, and it's fine, and I just grind ahead with it, right? And some people actually like C++. I don't think that they're correct. I also don't think those are the best programmers, but some people do like it. And some people just don't think, like a lot of people are just like, don't think about it. They're working their jobs and they're like, yeah, C++, it's the low level language, it's what we use. Play any board games? Not in a long time. Did I ever do any hardware electronic stuff? When I was a kid, I really liked playing with these like kits that came from Radio Shack, where they had a little book with like different, it was like they had a bunch of different, resistors and capacitors and stuff like on this thing, and there were little springs, and you'd connect the wires between the springs. Those were fun. Have you ever thought about starting a podcast? A little bit, but I've just got too many things going on to do a good job at a podcast. Paste bin. Oh, this is about the function calling? Okay. So I think this example is still a little bit too dynamic to do it without some library like that libffi or whatever. Like if you happen to know that the function signature is one of a set of known types, then of course you can have some code that just does the call like you would, right? But to say that the function is any type, but you happen to know the type, no, that's not a thing, right? This is not that kind of programming language. Like parsing them into an any, no, that's not a thing. Yeah, the 101 electronics kits, yeah, those were cool. Is there a new John and Casey talk about a TV show coming? Maybe. I don't know. I just haven't watched anything. Do I think I'd ever do an in-depth talk about secrets? I hadn't thought about that topic. I mean, okay. So one thing is, I don't want to talk about secret stuff in my own games because I just feel it's better not talking about it. So talking about secrets in other people's games, maybe, but I'd never thought of that very seriously. Um, yeah, I mean, it's an interesting, but I also sort of think like the stuff that I said on Twitter, I feel like, I mean, that was sort of about secrets, but it was also just really what I think about puzzle design generally applied to secrets specifically, right? And so I feel like I've done a lot about puzzle design, and there's probably some more nuanced things that I could communicate about it, but the basics of how I design puzzles haven't changed drastically since I've given some of the speeches that are already online. What do you think about the rise of Chromium-based apps built with Electron that pretend to be regular apps when they're really just web pages? Yeah, it's pretty terrible. In terms of multi-platform setup, it's becoming the easiest solution. I mean, not really, because again, productivity on all these programs is bad. Like all of these programmers get very little done and get it done very slowly. Um, but it appears to be, I agree that it appears to be the easiest thing. And that is something that people making native code operating systems could try to address and make it easier to port things to their system. The problem is everybody in charge of these operating systems is an incompetent asshole right now. So that's not being done. You're working towards becoming a competent programmer game developer, going through the Handmade series and using several other resources. Are there any kind of milestones you think you should hit? I mean, just do what appeals to you. Like it's improvement is a lifelong process, right? I'm still getting better. I've been doing this for a while. So you just get started on that process and develop. The most important skill is a meta skill, right? It's the skill of being able to look at what you do and see how it's deficient and then have a good idea about how to correct those deficiencies next time. As long as you have that, you will get better. Probably faster than most other people. So that is much more important than specific milestones about what you program. Control A delete in Teams deleted the UI. That's hilarious. Hilarious. Do you know when to fully develop? How do you know when to fully develop from a prototype? It's weird. I mean, I don't. I used to prototype. I don't prototype anymore, really. Um, I just straight up make games and figure it out. Like I think once you have enough. Okay, so there's two things. The more that you work on games, the better your ideas are initially. Like the more likely they are to turn into good games because you just have a better design sense. And then secondly, the more that you work on games, the better you are at design, and so the more likely you are to be able to take one of these initial ideas to a successful actual game, right? So since both of those things get better, I think there comes a time when you just have a high probability of success from the outset. Like if you're excited about an idea, you could just make the idea and it'll be good, right? And you probably don't need to prototype. I mean, I definitely rough draft the game, right? I don't just make a finished game. And I definitely, a lot of things are a lot of things are tenuous, a lot of things are speculative, a lot of things get taken out of the game or changed, right? But it's not the same thing as like when people in the games industry said prototyping, they sort of mean we're going to make something and it's only got some aspects of the game we're trying to make, and we're going to maybe throw the whole thing away at the end and see what we've learned from it. And I don't really do that. I just sit down and make the game, and I just change the game drastically while I'm making it. Ever thought about gamifying programming? No, gamifying things is a bad idea. Mostly. I think right now you're just making sure to work on your goals every single day and leave the day having improved or learned something new. Yes, that is good. I mean, as long as you're doing that, that'll take you somewhere. Any tips for time management? No, you don't need time management. All you need to do is actually work on the game instead of watching TikTok or whatever the fuck. As long as you do that, your time management should just be measure how much time you're sitting in front of your editor working on the damn game. All right? Just count that time every day. And as soon as you alt tab to anything else, you stop the timer. You shouldn't be doing that every 30 seconds, right? Ass in chair. That is correct. Ass in chair is what gets the game done. You don't need time management beyond that. Have I ever looked at the Fuchsia OS by Google? No, I have not. The kernel is small and delegates a lot to user space programs. Well, I think that is the right idea. But I'm sure that it's because it's by Google, I would think a lot of it sucks. But I do think that idea of delegating a lot to user space programs is the way of the future for sure. How many ideas do I currently have sitting in the back of my mind? I don't know anymore. I had a file where I was recording game ideas as they came up, and I had over 100 ideas. Some of those are not big enough for a whole game. Some of them are like, oh, this would be a cool thing in another game. But I just sort of stopped doing that. I mean, right now, I have so much to do that my ideas just go into what I'm doing right now. Do I work to music? No, I almost never play music when working. I do if I'm in a coffee shop and people are talking near me in a way that distracts me, then I'll put on music, but that's the only case. I'll be back. I'm going to get some water. Am I doing strength building stuff? No. In fact, I've been exercising all of 2020. I'm exercising less than usual. Um, so I don't know. Like, dude, I've done in the past month. I've done I've done one set of push-ups like on 4 different days in the past month. It's not been good. Um, I did I did 42 push-ups the day before yesterday. That's like the last time I exercised. No dancing. Nope. I don't want coronavirus dancing. When I make it game, do I make it first for myself rather than others? I mean, that's not exactly it because I definitely am aware that I'm making a game for people, but I make the thing that I think is good, right? I don't make a thing that I think other people will think is good, but I'm making it for other people. Were they Tom Paris push-ups? I don't know what Tom Paris push-ups are. These were just very boring, you know, flat hand, straight arm push-ups. Um, and it's only as low as 42 because like I just hardly ever exercise these days, right? Although I was actually, so at the beginning of COVID, I was at a rifle training class, and part of it was, you know, every time somebody screwed up, which a few times was me, um, it was make the whole class drop and do push-ups, right? And but it was 10 push-ups, which was weird, and I was just like, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. But like a lot of people are not in shape. For a lot of people, 10 push-ups is substantial. Um, so that was kind of a reality check to me. Also, for a lot of people, like running is substantial. Like it's kind of crazy. 42 is not bad. I mean, I when I was in serious kung fu training, I could do at peak. I think my record was 84 of rocking push-ups, which I guess that's called Hindu push-ups, is how it's known on the internet. I could do 84 Hindu push-ups without stopping, which are way harder than regular push-ups. So like 42 regular push-ups is like that's weak sauce. This was also like 10 years ago that I could do that. RSI got bad because you stopped exercising, but recently started doing 10 push-ups every hour, followed by 45 seconds of planks and then 3 minutes of stretching. It's really helped improve the strength. Yeah, even just little things like that. You know, one thing that I did right before I started traveling, um, I didn't bring it with me, but maybe I should have. I got off Amazon one of these like pull-up bars that you just stick on a door frame, and it's so easy. I've always sucked at pull-ups. Like I can do like 3 pull-ups right now. Like it's not very many. But I decided like, oh, I'm just going to do pull-ups, and it's just so easy. 5 times a day when you're walking by the pull-up bar, just do as many as you can. And in the morning, that was like 3, and then an hour later, I could do like 1.5, and then after lunchtime, I could still do like maybe 1, right? And form keeps getting worse and worse over the day, and then I just take a break the next day and do push-ups like the day after, right? Or pull-ups. It's just so easy. It's a very easy exercise because if you can't do that many, it takes like no time, right? Doing 3 pull-ups just barely takes, I don't know, 10 seconds. It's like the easiest exercise, but it definitely works. So there's a shocking amount of people that can't even clear the bar without plates when bench pressing. I think it's weird. Um, like I've never been a super weightlifter guy, but like in the couple of times that I benched, I remember being able to bench. Actually, I might misremember now. But it's supposed to be a thing being able to bench more than your weight, right? That's like a basic threshold, and I was able to do 200 and something. I'm pretty sure I was able to do like 235 or whatever. Like, I forget how big the plates are and how big the bar is, but some number like that, like 215 or 235, without really having a history of so maybe I just naturally have muscles that want to be there. I don't know. If only I'd understood that when I was a little computer nerd kid. I could have been all athletic and stuff and had a girlfriend. I had girlfriends, actually. One. I had one girlfriend in high school. Do I prioritize my work over having a family? I used to. Nowadays, I think like I would do a family, I guess, if the opportunity presented itself. But the opportunity doesn't really present it. So I don't know how to meet someone who I would start a family with. It doesn't seem possible. So if I figure out how to do that, then maybe. 225 is 2 plates. That might have been what it is. Dating site? No, dating sites are completely useless. Forget it. You can't meet good people on them. Or I can't, right? It also probably matters for age range. Like if you're in your 20s, probably you might be able to find decent people on dating sites. But when you're in your 40s, no. No, that's not a thing. Pull-ups quickly stack up. You could go from like 1 to 10 in a week or two. Yeah, I didn't. I mean, I only had a few days of practice on it. So I actually couldn't even do 3 at the beginning. So I went from like 2.5 to 3.5 over a few days. But that was, I mean, that's good progress, right? Am I single now? Yes. When's the last time I was in a relationship? Depends how serious you mean. The last time I was in like a long-term situation, like a couple years, was a long ass time ago. Long ass time ago. It's a numbers game to filter through garbage humans. Yeah, but at some point, you can say that, and that's true. If you're in your 20s, it's a numbers game. If you're in your 40s, it's also a numbers game, but the numbers are so high that the amount of time you would sink into doing that numbers game is much more productively spent in the real world instead of on a dating app. That's probably actually true in your 20s as well, honestly. Go to yoga in a Ferrari. I mean, dude, I drive the Tesla Roadster around as my daily driver, but I don't know. It's not like that. It's not like that matters. What is my age range for a partner? I don't know. I don't really. I mean, there's some age when if it's too young, it's just gross, but I don't even know what that age is. I don't want to like, look, you don't want to pre-limit yourself, right? Do I think I should have spent more time on dating earlier? I don't know. The thing is, I don't know how to go into this without like it's a little too late at night and there's not enough time. But basically, I had a very confused childhood, and by the time I was like grade school age, I had a sort of a messed up self esteem, which made dating very, very bad. Like, I didn't I had a psychological problem where I believed that I was worth less than regular human beings, right? That was just something that was imprinted in my psyche, right? And women smell that right away, especially when you're like also a computer nerdster, right? Um, and so it's kind of hard having like dating kind of relationships. Now, as I got older, I sort of worked through that. And by the time I was like out of college, I sort of had a handle on that, but it was still there. It just wasn't as bad. Um, I would say, like, I really only solved that like 4 years ago or 5 years ago, something like that. Um, like it when stuff like that hits you when you're really young, when it's built into your identity in that way, it's in there deep. It's hard to deal with. Even if you know that that's what's going on intellectually, it's different from like dealing with it, right? So so to the question, should I have spent more time dating? Like maybe I would have developed these skills better or something, but I don't know that it would have gone that well. you know but it's hard to, you can't say like I would be a totally different person if I'd spent more time dating. Yeah, I mean, well, that's the thing is the time that I spent programming and learning, like George says, I don't think that I would make that trade. Like, if the trade was have a girlfriend that was better, like, I definitely had girlfriends, especially after college, but like, not the right ones. Cause, like, yeah, I was a little bit dating whoever came along. It just wasn't good, right? Um, but if the trade is be less good at video games in order to have had a more normal romance life, I don't think I would make that trade. That said, dude, I wasted tons of time. I like played MUDs for a long time in college and played a lot of NetTrek and whatever. Like, should I have been socializing in college instead of spending time playing as many video games as I did in the computer lab? Probably. Although playing a lot of video games is what eventually helped me develop my taste in video games further, right? So, like, I don't know. Yeah. There's all sorts of things that are different now. So, like, hey, I was into video games and doing video game stuff all the time. Um, Even like gender balance involving video games is very different today. So, like, if you're 25 and you're interested in video games or make them, it's probably not an even gender ratio, but it's way more even than it was when I was 25. When I was 25, it was almost all dudes with very, very few women. And now, if you go on Twitch, there's like women who make millions of dollars streaming video games. So it's just a very different world. So be happy for that. Do I want to have children if there's the right person for it? Again, I don't know. Um, I would be open to that idea. Where before So definitely in earlier times, I was like, I don't want to have kids. It'll take too much time. It's gonna detract from this work that I need to do and stuff, right? It was very important. Um, Now that I've done some of the stuff I wanted to do, it's like, okay, I would still try to do things like, I don't know, get a very good nanny to do a lot of childcare or something. Like, you don't want to you don't want to neglect your kid, but you also, I don't know, like, um, I think there's this thing like in America especially, child rearing is much more disruptive on a couple than it has been historically for humans, because historically you would live around a more extended family, right? So you would have like your parents might want to take care of the kids sometime, right? Or your grandparents, if they were alive, which they probably were because people had kids a lot younger back then, probably would help take care of the kids sometimes. Like these things were more distributed than they are today, and I think uh, that's a lot of the problem. So you just need to apply capitalism to that problem, I think. Um, yeah, I would consider it. Um, I'm not a definite yes on it, but I'm not a definite no like I used to be. The thing is, some people become more productive when they become parents. I guess that's true, but I see a lot of people just become soft. Maybe they always were soft, but like I see a lot of people become soft and drop out of the game when they become parents. So I would just have to just make sure I don't do that, which I think is fine. That's just willpower, maybe. What do I mean by soft? I mean, so this is a known thing. Well, okay, let's talk about symptoms first. Like, just not having as high of a standards over your own work or over what you want to achieve. Um, just not having as much fire or passion for things you want to do. Now, obviously, other people are not that way. So, like Elon Musk is still working his ass off, and he has like 7 kids at this point. Like, I don't even know, right? Um, but like, there's this biologically known thing where like a lot of men they have kids and then their testosterone level drops. I mean, that also I guess happens when you as you get older, but it it drops as a way of keeping them around the home to help care for the kid, right? Oh, one of Elon's kids died? I had no idea. That's too bad. Could always go on TRT. Yeah, then I'll have even less hair than I have now, right? That's why I don't want to do the TRT thing. Testosterone also makes you die younger. Yeah, but length of lifespan is not necessarily the right thing to optimize. Kids are resilient. They don't need you there all the time or home every night at 6 p.m. Yeah, like, dude, the style of parenting that some people have drives me nuts. So there's someone I know who's in the game industry, who I will not name, who had a kid, right? And when his kid, even when his kid was like like 10 years old, or maybe even older. He was making her like go to bed really early, like at 8 p.m. or something. And I was like, what the hell are you doing, dude? And he was like, kids need to get a certain amount of sleep or whatever. And it's like if she's up and wants to do interesting things and wants to use her mind, let her do that, as opposed to like laying in bed not being able to sleep. It's just like so messed up. I don't know. That person read some Verge article in parenting. Oh yeah. Oh, big time. That's what happened. Big time. Like, I understand putting your baby to bed at certain times, or trying to, when it's like a baby, right? But once it's a living human being that you can talk to and like hang out with, just, I mean, evolution knows a lot more about whether your 5-year-old should go to sleep right now or not than you do. All right? That's all I'm going to say. It's a cover for saying I need some damn sleep. No, that's not what it was, because then me and him would hang out for a couple hours at his place. It's like it was so awkward and weird. How many games do I think I will make in my lifetime? I don't know. Do I think about working when I'm 80 plus? Yeah, I mean, I heard 80 is the new 30, so probably. Uh, I mean, I have no reason to stop doing anything. Um, I don't know. I'm just going to keep doing interesting stuff, and we'll see how much I manage to do. I've never had a grumpy, tired kid the next morning. True. Very true. How did you get over your insecurities? You just, I mean, part of it is meditation techniques that I learned, or not even that, but like the perspective that you get from that about what is actually real and what is not real. Once once you learn to see what percentage of the world your human mind is actually hallucinating that is not real, it helps. It still takes time, but that helps loosen up these kinds of things. Part of it was also just, living life and maturing, and that like normally. Have I thought about adopting a kid? No, I have no desire to adopt a kid. I mean, I could foresee if I got together with a woman who was too old to have kids and she really wanted to, then, we would talk about it. Do I keep meditating as a routine? I do sometimes. I don't meditate as much as I really think that I should. The lessons in relationship part still has to be there from a parent. Yeah, totally. Like, your nanny cannot do the important parts of parenting your kid, those that you have to do, right? Also, yeah, I mean, lots of things like public school cannot parent your kid, right? I wouldn't send kids to public school. If I have kids, they are definitely going to private school or homeschool or a pod or whatever the new thing is. Do I have pets? No, I travel too much for pets right now. Um, Neuralink schooling. I don't think I would want to homeschool my kids just because, well, I don't want to devote a large percentage of my time to that, right? Like, that would just deflate a lot of what I want to do. But if I could find some kind of a thing where a bunch of people pitch in for a good homeschool or a good small private school, like, funded by a number of parents, and then if I pitched in to teach that a little bit sometimes, like teach programming sometimes or something, I would totally do that. It's just like full time homeschooling my kids. I don't picture that as being the way that I would want to do it right now. You like Naval's idea that meditation should just be thinking things out. That's not what meditation is, though. Or it's a different kind of I mean, you can call a lot of things meditation. Like thinking that's like a Marcus Aurelius kind of meditation. That's not a Eastern meditation. How did you figure out thoughts about the world are hallucinations? Thoughts about the world are not hallucinations. Thoughts about the world are real. You can observe that they're real, but what the thoughts believe is not real. The fact that thoughts are happening is real. What the thoughts tell you about the world very often is not real. Did I do drugs when I was younger? I did a couple things that probably shouldn't have done, yeah. What form of meditation do you do? I mean, the most effective one or the most common one doesn't really have a name. It's just a thing that I learned how to do from the non-dual tradition. Um, I've done Vipassana. I've gone to a couple serious Vipassana retreats. I've done Tai Chi, although I don't do that very often anymore. I kind of should pick that back up because I'm not doing much else that's physical. Um, those are the main ones. I messed around with a couple things because David Lynch was into transcendental meditation. I gave that a try and I really didn't like it. I didn't like that at all. I tried it for like 2 months and I was like, yeah, I don't. I like my other things much better than this, so I stopped. How can thoughts be real if our brains aren't real? Well, you know that your conscious experience is real and thoughts occur inside your conscious experience and are observable inside that. So they are real. If I thought about moving to the East like Japan, no, I mean, I still feel like the US is the best country to live in. That may change. But if nothing else, but because I actually understand culture here and don't have cultural barriers and that sort of thing, that's actually worth a lot. Breath counting, I mean, all that kind of thing, like just notice your breath as you breathe in and out. That's like not quite actually meditation. I mean, it sort of is, but it's more like introductory meditation and or gateway into more serious meditation, right? It's just a lot of people never get past that point. Um, and so like there's this idea that meditation is paying attention to your breath or something. That's not true. It's not what it is. I mean, if that's if that's the best that you understand about meditation right now, then it's fine. It's better than not doing anything, and maybe it'll get you somewhere better. What non-U.S. countries would I consider? Singapore, um, Iceland, maybe. Denmark, maybe. Sweden, maybe. Um, that's about it. Czech Republic, maybe. That's about it. There's not like a long list. I've never been to Estonia, but I would at least go there and check it out. Oh, Australia, maybe. Australia. But no Canada. Do I speak any foreign languages? I used to kind of speak Spanish, but I'm very bad at it. Um, I know a very small amount of Japanese. I had a semester of Japanese in college and then forgot most of that. Why not Canada? Because it's like the worst version of the blue states that I'm trying to get away from right now. Unless you go to Quebec and then it's all Frenchy French and you have the cultural barrier thing that I don't want to deal with. Do I ever mediate on first principles? Do you mean meditate on first principles? I don't know what that means. That sounds like a stoic thing or something. Um, I don't practice stoicism. Did I smoke cigarettes? No. Could I articulate what it is about the blue states that I'm trying to get away from? Yes, it is. It is the decision making from emotion without paying attention to the actual consequences of a law or whether it actually works. Okay, so for example, just in San Francisco, we have this worse and worse homeless problem all the time, right? People say, "Oh my God, it's the tech companies. They're evil, right? They're making all this money and not giving the money to the homeless people." And it's like, no, dude, San Francisco spends $700 million a year supposedly on homeless issues, right? And that number rises every year, but it actually always gets worse. So, like, more money is not going to solve that problem. It's a governance problem, right? The problem is that the government is not competent to do what it is charged to do. But nobody notices that. They just think the problem is, well, we must not be putting enough money, right? Like the current left wing politics is all about budget allocation, right? They all want taxes to be higher. And it's like, well, really? Like, is the problem that there isn't enough money, or is the problem that the money that is there is not being used correctly? And that part is just not even part of the discussion. It's not allowed to be considered somehow. But that's actually the problem. Like government wide, that's the problem. It's that we don't use our resources effectively. And when you don't use them effectively, more isn't going to help most of the time. And so there's all sorts of things like that. Like that, the housing policy in California is terrible, but nobody will change it, right? They keep passing all these laws that keep making it harder and harder to do business in the state, because there's this idea, because this democratic socialist idea that businesses are bad and should be made to pay for the people, which is good, right? Like, okay, I understand how you could believe that emotionally, but it's not very reality based, and the consequences are evident. Like, California is going down the toilet. Everybody can see it. So why doesn't that affect the decision making, right? Now, I think California is more extreme than a lot of the other blue states, but I think a lot of them are showing the same pattern, and I think some of these states have to crash and recover, right? It's the same thing with like Seattle letting Chaz happen and like not governing because I let's not get into that, I guess, but that's like the political version and not the economic version. Portland still has, these nightly, mostly peaceful demonstrations, right? Well, last I heard, that was still going on, like after 100 days. Aren't taxes so high that loopholes have to be used to avoid them? Well, I mean, if you think about what the percentage is supposed to be and then what people get after deductions and stuff, that's a very complicated way to look at it. But you can just look at what's the total tax revenue that actually comes in, right? And how is it used? That's independent of like loopholes or whatever. You're surprised I stuck out California as long as I have? Yeah, I mean, I was born there. I'm a Californian. I'm a native Californian. It's my home, man. I mean, my home is Southern California, and I lived in Northern California, the Bay Area, which is kind of in the middle, but is, I guess, called Northern California comparatively. Um, but yeah, I still think of California as my home. Do you ever think of the evolved cues that Minecraft taps into that led to its success? No. I don't know what that question exactly means. Evolved by what? Do you mean like being a human in the wilderness, having to defend yourself and survive? I mean, sure, that makes sense. But a lot of different genres of games tap into different things. Do I have any particular thoughts on the move to digital workspaces? I mean, it's not it's not as efficient as being somewhere in person working with other people in person. Where in California does the term hella originate? I don't know. I assume so. Hella is from the 80s. I definitely said it in the 80s. I assume it came from the San Fernando Valley, like many other things, but I don't actually know. What do I think about the death penalty? I don't know. It's not remotely the biggest problem we have in the U.S., so it's not thinking. I mean, The number of people that have been put to death in the U.S., you can look it up. It's very few. So, I mean, I think that's definitely something we should have a good story on, but a lot of people are dying right now because of our incompetent coronavirus handling, so that's much more important. Hella is from the Bay Area, really? I did not know that. Do I enjoy horror as a genre? No, I don't. Self-help books I can recommend. I don't read self-help books, so I don't know. No recommends. You think we need a voting reform and more political parties? I mean, I think that would help. Honestly, though, okay, we have a really stupid election coming up between two candidates who are both very bad candidates. But honestly, America is getting what America deserves because everybody's just so dumb. Like everybody. I don't mean 100% of the people in the US is so dumb. But like I've said before, all of the discussion about the election is sports coverage and sports discussion. And that's been true. Like you could say that's true because we're trying to get Trump out of office or whatever, but it's been true for many elections before Trump. Everybody's just talking about what's the campaign strategy and what's the this and how are the polls going up or down, and like none of that is the actual important thought that needs to happen about what should the country be doing. Right? Like it's and in cases where people pretend that that's what they're arguing about, they're really doing it to argue against the other candidate or whatever, right? Hence the, the kids in cages thing, which actually started during Obama, but is for some reason an anti-Trump talking point, right? So I don't know. It's just so stupid. Like on the one hand, I wish that we had a better electoral process, but on the other hand, this is exactly what the people here deserve right now. If they deserved better, they would be having better discussions. The sports coverage and internal division benefits the oligarchs. I mean, sure, but like it's people's choice and their fault for participating in that. Have I seen the game Manifold Garden? I might have seen that at some point, yeah. Do I ever read Michael Crichton? I have not. Do I think who the president is really makes a difference? I do. I mean, maybe not as big of a difference as people think, but I don't think we'd be having a trade war with China if Hillary Clinton had been elected president. We probably would have done the same bad job of handling coronavirus. It's just more competent excuses for why we failed would have been made. But no, the trade war thing, all the like, stuff about UN and NATO and all that wouldn't have happened if Hillary Clinton had been elected president. So it does matter to some degree. almost certainly, if Hillary Clinton had been elected president, we would be in a major war right now, a new one, whether that would be Syria or somewhere else. Yeah, maybe Iran. But you can almost guarantee that would have happened. Will I go voting? I mean, it's my birthday. Do you think I want to vote on my birthday for candidates that are both terrible? Yeah, U.S. pulling out of Paris Accord, that probably wouldn't have happened. That's true. Do I gain anything from reading classic Buddhist texts or other Eastern philosophy texts? No, I mean, okay. Here's the thing about these. When it comes to spiritual texts, and what I'm going to say is probably controversial and will make some people mad at me, but we're on a roll tonight, right? So let's go for it. You have to understand that texts were always written for people of their time, right? Or if they're transcribed from oral traditions, right? The oral traditions were being developed for people of their time. And that means a lot of things. One of the primary things, though, is that people of the past had a lot less leisure time, right? They were more like dealing with physical reality all the time. They were not, most people were not much in the way of abstract thinkers in the past, right? Like, they were concrete thinkers, right? They were thinking about what they see in front of them all the time and not like, the integral as x goes from 1 to 5 of x squared or whatever. And so a lot of these texts go to great lengths to try in one way or another to get people to think more abstractly. And a lot of these analogies and all that are just ways of trying to get people to think more abstractly. And almost everybody with a modern education has that ability. Now, that's a different thing from spiritual understanding, but it's a thing that helps you get spiritual understanding. And so the kinds of texts that would work best on people today are different ones than texts of the past, right? And so there's this idea that these old ancient things must be the best things because they're just ancient and true and all this, and it's really not. Like if you go read some Indian scriptures and stuff, like the Diamond Sutra or something, right? Like half of it, it's a relatively short poem. Literally half of it is like reading off credentials of who is being addressed or who is addressing the person being addressed, and like making sure that you understand that this is important and should listen to it. And it's like bureaucratic garbage that fortunately doesn't ruin the actual good part of it. But like, why really you want to read a bunch of this stuff in the year 2020? So I don't tend to read that kind of stuff. I do tend to read more modern sources. When I do read those things, which sort of, I was doing a lot of that let's say from 2009 to 14 or something, I tended toward more modern sources that would sometimes refer back to older sources, um, but contextualize them. Because that's the other thing is you're reading them in a totally different context. Like you might think that you understand something, but the words mean something different to you than they would have meant to somebody back then. It's like, and also, so growing up in California, this is the other thing, is I've seen many, many, many people who their practice of spirituality is to sort of fetishize the texts of some older culture, right? Whether it's India or, China or somewhere else, and sort of act out the concrete parts of it, right? Like all the hippies who pick an Indian name and like, um, hang up like Om curtains and stuff. And like that's all fine, but that's not actually the spirituality part, right? And so a lot of people over attach to these signifiers of let's click on the signifier. They over attach to these signifiers of spirituality, and I think it causes a great deal of confusion and potentially prevents some people from getting to the actual spiritual part, the actually spiritual part, not the part that they think is spiritual. And so living in California for a long time, I developed an allergy to that, which is also why I tended toward more modern sources, because those don't lend themselves to the same degree of pretending. That said, there certainly are all these stories of like relatively modern cults that we're all pretending, and people get into those, and bad stuff happens too. So there's no guaranteed way to win. I'm just sort of describing what I was drawn toward and away from. That emphasis in Diamond Sutra does help frame the good parts as useful, even though they are so simply written and seemingly contradictory. I mean, I guess. I mean, if it works for you, it works for you, right? For me, I read that and I'm like, all right, it's my bedtime, everybody. Thank you for coming by and hanging out. If you read ancient Greek authors, it sure doesn't look like much has changed at the base level. Well, you have to. So the Greek philosophers definitely were good abstract thinkers, but they were not. So Greece is, first of all, atypical in terms of abstract thought. And then secondly, the Greek philosophers were like the peak of the Greeks in terms of abstract thought. So you can't compare that to like, you can't assume that that's what everybody back at the time was like. But yes, thank you, everybody. I had fun. Hopefully you had fun. We finished playing Sensorium. Again, I recommend this game if you like The Witness or other games like it, like Manifold Garden or Antechamber or Uncle Chamber. Then you could play this. And we'll probably do some more programming streams soon. Bye, everybody.